Good morning. I'm going to start off with the karakia. Whakataka te hau ki te uru, whakataka te hau ki te tonga, kia mā kina kina ki uta, kia mā taratara ki tai, e hi ake ana te ātakura, he tio, he huka, he hauhu, ti hei, mauri ora. And I will translate that. Cease, O winds of the west and of the south, let the bracing breezes flow over the land and the sea. Let the red-tipped dawn come with a sharpened edge, a touch of frost, and a promise of a glorious day. And I thought that was quite fitting, actually, because I walked in this morning and it was blue sky, crisp, beautiful day. So, yeah, a good day to have a meeting. So we've got some apologies this morning. Full absence from Councillor...
Only Deputy Mayor now.
Oh, only our Deputy Mayor O'Leary. So, Councillor Huaki is here.
Yes.
Okay. Good morning to everyone there on Zoom. Awesome.
Apologies for a quick background at 11 for me.
Okay.
But I'll be back.
And apologies for lateness for Councillor Donovan.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. Yeah, he did just message me.
It's 12
Okay.
for an hour, so 12 to 1. So if you're thinking about lunch,
You're providing.
I can't make any guarantees.
I'm sure the committee has got a mean-as feed sorted for us
Yeah, I
today.
thought about baking cookies, and then I was like, you know what, this committee is exciting enough.
Come 3:30, 4:45, I may have to leave.
Okay.
I've seen
No, I won't say it. I won't. But we will we will all endeavour to run this very efficiently, so hopefully no one misses out. Okay. Confirmation of...
we just move and second those.
Oh, yes, sorry, we need to move. Yes, thank you, moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Councillor Louise. All those in favour? Excellent. Okay, confirmation of the agenda. I'll move, seconded by Councillor Ewan. All those in favour? Declarations of interest, are there any? Excellent. We don't need to move that, do we? No.
Sorry, Madam Chair, just note with the district plan update, I'll not participate.
Okay. Cool, thank you. Is that the whole item that you
No,
won't?
just anything relating to 9.
9.
PC 9.
Okay. And is that fine to just sit in the room
Yes.
but not
Yes,
participate?
absolutely, just not
Okay.
participate in the vote on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, have we got public forum? We do have...
She has not arrived.
Marie, we don't have any other people wanting to speak? Okay. Right, confirmation of the open minutes from 14th of June 2003. Moved by Councillor Ewan, seconded by Councillor Louise. Right, all those in favour? Aye. Thank you. Chair's report. Right. So I'll just speak very briefly to this. My intention with this was really to say we are a really fast-growing city. We're the third fastest-growing city in New Zealand. We've been growing consistently faster than the national average at about, if you look over the last 20 years, that growth has been has been an average of 2% a year. And so what that means is that, give us another few decades, we will be quite a big city. And so part of this committee's role is to really be looking out into that future, 30 years out, 50 years out, 100 years out. But that larger city is not that far away. So I just wanted to really raise this, to bring that, to raise it to the surface, because I think often we get caught up in lots of the details and of the issues of today. And sometimes I think it's harder to see the forest from the trees. And so it's just an opportunity to step back and look at what kind of city do we want in 30 years' time. And the other thing I want to, I guess, touch on is that I think we all have an interest in, having things like a good public transport system in the future. We talk a lot about climate change, but actually there's many benefits to this, including economic development, enabling economic growth and enabling people to get around the city. And so I wanted to raise that in this report as well, that we're looking at a balanced transport network, but we've all got an interest in making sure we make progress on this. And so I really hope that as we move forward into LTP, we can find that common ground and look at a way that we can move forward together. So I'll open up to questions first.
Madam Chair, I just wonder if governance is aware that the system's not recording.
We'll reset the signage, but I can tell you, everybody, that the little screens are showing all your names correctly. It's just that signage that's not perfect.
Madam Chair, your report certainly got good coverage in the media, so that's I presume that was part of the intention to let the city know your thoughts, which is all good. The figures you've used there are very specific. Without bold investment, blah, 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 it will significantly worsen over the next 30 years, increasing delays by as much as 130% in peak periods. And there's a little notation there to suggest that this has come from a specific place. Where did it come from? Where did these forecasts of traffic congestion come from?
From the Metro Spatial Plan Transport Program Business Case.
Yeah.
And so we've got Phil Hazelden in the room if you want more detail on exactly kind of how that modelling was all put together or anything, but those figures are from
when would
here.
be useful?
What's that, sorry?
When would be useful? When this actual, what year?
My understanding
2020?
is it
2019?
was... Phil, do you want to come to... My understanding was it was over 30... So, congestion will also significantly affect the efficiency of freight movements during interpeak periods. It says in the next 30 years. So that's...
You've got a very specific figure there, though.
2050. The future model that we tested everything against when we developed our recommended programme was 2050.
So this was
2050.
taken from figures from 2015, this estimate?
50 future model.
No. But the figures used in this calculation, you must have based it on current traffic figures in order to extrapolate.
So
what current traffic figures did you take it from?
Well, I'd have to go back and check the...
Well, you've got a figure here, so it's...
Yeah, but I've got a 3,000-page report as well, full of data, so I need to go back and check exactly. It could have been 2017 numbers, could have been 2018 that we factored up.
So would it be fair to say that it was pre-COVID?
Well, again, I go back to need to check. Yeah, I need to check the numbers.
So you're suggesting 2017 or 2018?
Councillor Taylor, I'm happy to, because I think it's a little bit unfair given that this is my chair's report and Phil didn't probably come in prepared
but with
so I
respect,
can ensure that we can get that information.
No, with respect, Chair, though, you have made a very big deal of these figures. You have been very bold with these figures, and they have been picked up by the media. And I think it's a fair question to ask where they actually came from, what year at least, without having to go and check.
I can certainly answer the question. I just need to go back and check the reporting, because remember, it's over a year old now. So.
Okay.
My
so
response
can we
to
presume
that, sorry, can I respond to that, Councillor Taylor? So we're actually looking at a long-term view here, and the Metro Spatial Plan looks out, well past, looks out to 50 to 100 years, and so, in my view, yes, we've had a fluctuation in terms and changes in the last few years, but that's not going to change the fact that we have a growing population and that we will need more people to be able to move around at one time. And I think that we can't just judge things on short-term changes. We have to take a long-term view of this.
Okay, thanks, Madam Chair. So the follow-up question then, because there is a specific calculation that's been done there. So since COVID and since lockdowns, there has been something of a revolution in remote working. And general figures for New Zealand showing around about 12% working full-time remotely, around about 28% working in a hybrid sort of thing. So that's around about 40%. Would it be fair to say that 40% working remotely all or most or some of the time would have an impact on peak hour traffic volumes?
No, I'd say that it is, so it could have an effect, yes, but at the same time, the way that the business case is being approached is that it's looking at trigger points. So it's looking at when development, how fast development is occurring, how fast our population is growing. So we're not actually setting in concrete certain times yet. We would say at this point we need to have this capacity in terms of public transport available. We're saying when we're basing it, I guess, on certain triggers. So Phil can possibly speak to that better than I can, but it means that if it takes another 5 years to get to that point where that's that many people needing to use the transport system at that time, then that's fine, because there's continuous business case work happening at the moment, which will look at that. And so when we eventually come to more detailed decisions around funding, we will look at that speed. But the reality is, maybe that might make 5 years difference or 10 years difference. I'm just speculating here, but it's not going to change the fact that we are going to have a larger and larger population.
Okay. Yep. So with that question, you've used a very specific 133%, turning a 30-minute journey into an hour and 10 minutes. Very specific. Did that calculation take into account remote working and the extent to which remote working is occurring?
I can answer that question if you like to. There will be a series of factors that go into the way we modelled that work, probably 2 years ago, that would have included people working at home, people working normal jobs like us. So there would have been a percentage in there. I can go back and check exactly what that percentage was.
But the timing is you wouldn't have known about the revolution in remote working from the sheer timing of the report, because they hadn't happened yet.
We would have made an assumption that there would have been a future...
You had a crystal ball?
Yeah, the future mode share that we assumed would have taken into account, working from home, new technologies, those sorts of things. I can show it to you in the report if you like.
Well, you must have a crystal ball, because if the lockdown hadn't occurred...
Well, that's why it's a forecast, so...
I think
Chair, I'm not actually getting honest responses here. I'm not getting direct responses to my questions.
I think you have actually had a fair response. And so in terms of the actual dates that the traffic modelling is based on, we can get that information back to elected members and have that circulated. So at this point, I think we'll leave that there, and you can speak to that in debate. Are there any other questions in terms of the report?
Comment in terms of asking questions is fine, having debate and commentary across the table is not fine. You can say what you would like to say in your debate, Councillor Taylor. Meanwhile, clear questions.
Mayor Paula,
I agree that you should have
everyone is
answers to your
entitled to direct responses to their questions.
With that, I agree.
Cool, thank you.
That's the way.
But I think we do need to please be mindful of how we're doing questioning, because we need to be treating our staff with respect, and I think that was stepping over the line somewhat and turning into a direct debate. So,
Well, that would be your problem, because you've put these figures up and you can't tell me where they came from or when.
Thank you.
thank you. Okay, are there any other questions on this? No? In that case, we will move to debate. Okay. I will.
I'll move.
Yep, Councillor Ewan will move. Would anyone like to second? Councillor Moku has seconded, so shall we move? Yes, you weren't quite fast enough. All right, we'll move to debate. Oh, you moved, right? So you can start.
Okay. I was just waiting for the acknowledgement from the
Yes.
chair.
Go for it.
I enjoyed reading the report. I thought the report was well written. I particularly appreciated the bold assertion on page 14 that roading infrastructure will remain important, because I think that sends a very clear message that in our pursuit of embracing multimodal transportation options, it will be done in conjunction with ensuring we maintain roads and that we bring those who choose to drive cars, whether they're hydrogen, whether they're electric, or whether they are fuel powered, along in the journey. So I looked at the report and I thought, fair enough. Good narrative, good lessons learned about Auckland and decisions in the past, and I particularly like the fact that you were still acknowledging the importance of roads. My comment that I will make, and it's in defence of my good friend Councillor Jeff, when a report is put forward, it does open itself and the author, rightly so, to critique, questions, and in debate, potential criticism. And we as elected members have to understand that that is a right of democracy. In the same way as the chair has the right to put a report, the chair has to be prepared for a series of questions. And I also feel that staff who have provided data must be able to provide the information. And if the chair is relying on the report, the chair has to prepare themselves to be able to answer those critical questions, right? Because you've put it in the forum, you've asserted it, you have to be able to answer the questions. So I'm glad you've decided that you'll come back with the information, particularly around these critical details. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Right, Councillor Moku, would you like to debate as seconder?
I enjoyed the read. I particularly enjoy learning from our past errors and mistakes, and I think it helps shape where we should go if we don't make some of the big decisions that we need to make now. So I appreciate that your report does provide some commentary around the options of people being able to use multimodal transport. For me, the whole transport matter isn't about forcing people into public transport. It's about making available access for people to use public transport, their bikes, walk, but to still be able to continue to use their cars should they wish to. And so I'm become a lot familiar with the Metro Spatial Plan, and in particular some of the commentary that it makes and suggestions and guidance that it provides around how we should consider investing in multimodal transport in Kirikiriroa. And so I think that as we make some of the big ticket item decisions that have quite a significant funding component to it, we have to think about all of the issues at the same time. And so in today's discussion, we're going to talk about affordable housing as well. And so I don't want this hui, our meeting, to be entirely just focused around transport.
A bit of online and then Mayor Southgate.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. So I'm a nerd and I'm proud of that. I do statistics for fun, and I won't use any of Hamilton Council data in respect to staff, but I was having a look a couple of days ago at Auckland Council or Auckland Transport data on their current road changes, and you had to dig in fairly deep through about 4 layers on their website to get to the raw data, which is what I try and do, and it's important. And so when we get a report, if we can't see the raw data, that's a problem. Auckland Transport is currently having an expensive advertising campaign showing a 9% improvement in road safety based on this reports and data. But when I got down to the actual data, I could just as easily have presented a 250% increase in the number of road deaths using the same base stuff. And that would be misleading, but it's no more misleading than what they were doing with their use of the data. So I do have to support Jeff's approach of wanting to actually understand where all the numbers came from, because it is important and can present a very different picture under a slightly different analysis. So I do think his questions were valid. Thank you.
Right, thank you. The reason I raised this is because I was concerned that the figures here presented very specifically, the calculations that have led to these figures have occurred before a fundamental change in the way our society is approaching work. And by the date of the Metro Spatial Plan and the business case when that was released, that indicates that indeed this calculation was made before we have reached this kind of revolution. And it's a revolution that's not going away. And that sort of adds to the relevance of what I'm saying here. KPMG has done an international study of 536 big companies in 46 countries, which indicates that remote working is not only here to stay, but it's going to grow. And employers actually need to be aware of it in order to attract the talent they need. It talks about how they need to use AI in order to better track what remote employees are doing, and it talks about how they need to better resource themselves with technology, which indeed is what this organisation has done. And it suggests that it's not just going to stay at current levels, it's going to keep growing. And that is very relevant when you're extrapolating peak hour traffic volumes. And so my concern is, if we've got in this report a calculation that has been done before this occurred, then I question the relevance of it, I question the correctness of it, and I also correct why it would be used knowingly when the landscape has altered. I'm not suggesting there will not be more congestion, but I am questioning the exactness of these figures that have been presented and picked up by the media. So that's really what this is all about. And so I do find myself questioning also the Metro Spatial Plan and the business case, transport business case, and its reliance, given that it's a 50 to 100 year plan, and in year 2, it's already run into something which has changed the dynamics quite significantly. Thank you.
All right, we'll go now to Mayor Paula. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. Share a lot of the general sentiments in the report around the increasing challenges of a transport system going forward in a big growing city. I just was going to make a couple of hopefully helpful comments. As you know, that I am on a number of groups down in Wellington, including National Council in the metro sector. And wanted to point out that there is a growing concern around the country, has been a concern for some time, but there's a growing concern around the fit of NZTA funding to the current needs of the community. So you will have seen various mayors up and down the country talking about that in respect to their area. I do believe that the NZTA funding model is no longer fit for purpose, and I think they are acknowledging that and looking for ways to make it more fit for purpose. This fits into our conversations around place-based deals or city deals in our instance, how there's a lot of focus in the conversation with government on how transport funding supports growing cities, but it's not all just about cities, of course, and it has to build resilience into all parts of the country. If you look at the moment for the billions and billions of dollars over the next decade to restore Hawke's Bay and Tairāwhiti, parts of Auckland, and also, if you were listening to the radio this morning, you'd have heard Nelson Marlborough also with issues of weather, still trying to pick up their infrastructure from weather events. We know that this is going to be very costly, and that's going to take money away from other parts of the country. We do need to see Hawke's Bay restored. We need lifelines into Tairāwhiti, so I absolutely understand that. But this is a big problem in terms of cost. First of all, to put roads back in their original condition, just as they were, building better roads costs more money, and building resilient infrastructure costs more money. But in a growing city like ours, we need a multimodal approach. And so this is where it's really important that government comes alongside us with our growth aspirations and also considers way to progress towards lower carbon transport at the same time. Thank you. Sorry. 16 seconds.
Thank you. Councillor Anna.
Yeah, I just want to thank you, Chair, for the report. I found it really helpful in terms of pulling out data that, you know, we have a lot of reports presented to us, and sometimes it's difficult to get to the root of the issues that are at hand. I guess I just have a concern around councillors attempting to do the work of modelling. I mean, modelling is a very complex and a complex process. I know because I'm married to one who's a modeller, does it all day. And but you know, it's very, very challenging work, and it attempts to bring in multifaceted data and analyse that together. We ask complex questions, and modelling attempts to answer those complex questions. When we then go into it and start to pull it apart again, I think we risk a lot. Modelling presents scenarios and futures for us that we can consider and informs our decision making, and we need to respect the work that goes into it. So I just want to say that it doesn't mean we can't look at the raw data, but to question the science of modelling without being a modeller is concerning to me. And I particularly like your last sentence, Chair, about how it will never be cheaper to invest right now in these much needed infrastructural changes. So thank you. Thank you for a good report.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Louise.
Thank you. I just find it very interesting when the Metro Spatial Plan has been around for a very long time, the coincidence that concerns about this are only brought up when it's in the chair's report of a brand new chair. I think that's a very interesting coincidence. And well, I would also just note that there...
Yeah, okay. Let's carry on. But let's try and keep it more to the topic itself.
Sure, I would.
Thank you.
I also, just a procedural issue. You may want to remind the chamber that some of the councillors are trying to talk more about others' debate than the report. And
I think
that's also a code of conduct issue.
I think that if you're referring to Councillor Anna's debate, I thought that was fair in terms of that wasn't debating the person, that was debating.
A little, but I felt that Councillor Louise was beginning, even I think you felt that Councillor Louise's...
Yes, but I just said to Councillor Louise.
Excuse me, Madam Mayor, all respect.
Sorry,
you were doing it before. There is one chair.
Yeah, I'm trying to.
You're not the chair.
Okay, Councillor Ewan, I did say to Councillor Louise to please, I already said to her, please try and keep it to the topic. So I think I did address that without us needing to go any further on that matter. Cool. Thank you.
I'm happy to withdraw my comment and apologise if that's...
Okay, all right, thank you. Carry on.
In terms of the report, what I felt about that was that it was really putting strategic growth. And I really appreciated that perspective. And I think it's really important to draw upon our strategies and our overarching plans because they are so critical to this work. And I've mentioned in debate previously that how important it is that we are aligning ourselves with our strategies and making sure that that is what is determining our path forward, because that is what we have determined as a council. Those are our resolutions. That is what we have agreed upon. And yet, I think that is something we could certainly work more towards doing as governors. I also appreciated that it was evidence-based. It was drawing upon these facts and figures, and as much as there may be concerns about them, I think that it's a really complex piece of work. And I appreciate that the solutions to our city will be complex. So I just want to thank the chair, actually, for their leadership in this space, because it's great to have a chair's report that was so thoughtful.
Cool. Thank you. Is there anyone else who would like to debate Councillor Kesh?
I wasn't going to, but listening to everyone's thoughts, I feel like I should. Look, it's no secret this morning, actually, how passionate we are when it comes to our future infrastructure needs for the city. And the public can rest assured that, you know, when it comes down to it, we go into the detail, and rightly so, we should. So yes, I get both sides of the argument. I understand the complexities of the modelling. I also understand the accuracy or how up to date it is. So I do get that side of the argument too. But I want to thank you, Sarah, for bringing this to the surface so that we can have this discussion, because our funding, our decisions are based on data, and that's the way it should be. So I think it's healthy to have this discussion. So thank you.
All right, is there anyone else online? We're all happy? Okay. Right. So I would like to respond. Firstly, thank you everyone for your lively participation. I'm enjoying the meeting so far. And I would like to respond to the concerns around changing behaviours in the way that we work. If you look at the investment that's still happening within our central city, we're still seeing massive investment into A-grade office space. I do not see things changing to the point where we are not going to need to have mass transit, to have a really efficient way to move people around. Maybe we will have a shift to some degree to people working from home. But if you look out the window at the cranes, at the work going on, you can see that the market out there, employers out there are still expecting to have office spaces, to have people moving in and out of the central city to work. And that's also being reflected in the business surveys that we're we're doing through the Economic Development Committee. So we're hearing from employers in Te Rapa that they're frustrated about the lack of public transport services for their employees. We're hearing from tech-based employers that they see having quality public transport as being a really important factor for talent attraction and retention, and attracting people to want to live and work here in Kirikiriroa, Hamilton. So even if remote working meant that we took a little bit longer to get to the point where we reached that level of congestion, it's not going to change the fact that we're heading there. Also, when we talk about modelling, it is at its best an approximate gauge on where things are heading, right? You can never perfectly forecast the future. And so when you look at population, for example, this talks about 87,000 based on a Nidia High model. If you looked at a 2% population growth for the next 30 years, you'd be looking at extra 150,000 people. So nothing is an exact. We could reach that point sooner than we think. So I'll leave it there unless Councillor Ewan has...
Absolutely none.
Okay, thank you. All right. So Councillor Ewan has moved, Councillor Moko seconded. All those in favour of receiving the report, regardless of whether you agree with it, what's in it? Hands is fine, and all those against? Thank you.
The motion is carried, noting that Councillor Taylor is dissenting.
Excellent. Moving on to the General Manager's report. Blair, we're in your hands.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, councillors. I will take my report as read. Just like to add a couple of additional observations which aren't in my report. Obviously, with this committee's interests, councillors will be aware that there's a number of things happening politically which are of relevance to the work programme considerations of Strategic Growth District Plan Committee. In the last day, Parliament's been working through a number of legislative bills, and yesterday the Spatial Plan and also the Natural Built Environments Bill passed its third reading, so that's essentially the home straight for those two critical pieces of legislation which will fundamentally overhaul the RMA. So we will see that passing into law in the coming days, becoming an Acts. And so, as you may recall, that is a significant change to the landscape in terms of the strategic land use plan and the environment under which we would operate. There is a period of up to 10 years to transition. We don't yet know all the transitional details, but suffice to say that legislation is a systematic change to how we think about and prepare strategic land use plans, so spatial plans and what we call the district plan.
Can we just, sorry, it's a little bit distracting with the conversation happening. Yep, carry on.
So that will be something that we as an organisation and our partner councils will need to really start to think about quite seriously, particularly as that legislation, we now have to move into implementation phase. But for example, that legislation requires regional planning committees. So that's a substantial landscape change in terms of how we deliver RMA land use plans and deliver outcomes for our community in very much a regional boundaryless manner. Second thing that I would note is that the waters legislation, and Andrew is here, but the waters legislation is also working through various milestones. The first of a tranche of the bills has passed its third reading. That's the legislation that effectively creates the 10 entities. There are other couple of bills which are likely to go through its final stage in the coming days. Parliament rises at the end of the month, and Andrew, I'm sure, could take any questions if you wish. But again, a fundamental landscape change to the waters reform that we've been talking about for some time. But again, for us as our committee, and as we think about strategic infrastructure, those bills are becoming reality as Parliament works under urgency. There are also a number of other pieces of legislation, and I'll come back to you.
If I may, just on the water reform, not sure of the correct word, but Parliament's resolved, if that's the right phrase, to earlier this week to put all the 3 water bills through under urgency. And then, so yesterday they doubled down and they passed one of the bills yesterday, it completed the 3rd reading. So, it's now procedural in terms of royal ascensions and things. So that bill that was completed its 3rd reading process is the bill that creates 10 entities, so shifts from 4 to 10, and creates the Go Live program by 1 July 2026. And so I think it's clear now, because of that decision of Parliament, the other 2 bills are also going to be completed in the remaining 7 sitting days under urgency.
So really just for this committee's consideration, the legislative landscape is changing rapidly in terms of the fundamental basis upon which we think and operate as we head into the future. The other, and there are many other bills, and I won't go into those, but some of those are also relevant. The other point to note is that we're in that interesting time where there's lots of political announcements or election, shall we say, prospectus promises from various parties, in any of which could form part of a future government. And I think, again, we are keeping a very close watching brief on those and engaging with the relevant parties, and we're being very politically neutral here. But there are some big announcements which impact on strategic infrastructure in this area, both within the city and the sub-region and the region. And there are more announcements we understand coming today. So they are, again, political intentions, but obviously all will be part of any future government. But suffice to say, Mayor Paula touched on city deals or place-based partnership deals. They are very much part of our future landscape, and you'll note in my report, I refer to a study trip to Australia next week, which Andrew Parsons, Greg Carstens is going on. This is critical as we understand that potential partnership landscape, as that is likely to form very much part of our future strategic infrastructure delivery considerations. It won't be Hamilton doing things on our own. It'll be Hamilton working in partnership with others, as we have done on the Future Proof, but potentially with the RMA legislation, maybe regionally. So really, really important we understand best practice thinking in that space. So through that, Madam Chair, I'll happily take any questions, but suffice to say it's a very dynamic environment we're working under at the moment.
Thank you. Right, Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Blair, just reading your report regarding the Urban Policy Study Tour, can you just confirm which cities will be visited?
Western Sydney, so Sydney out west, Newcastle, Ballarat, which is in the Victoria area, Melbourne, and Geelong, and they've all got partnership city deals in an Australian context.
What is the overall budget cost and the number of people travelling? I think from Hamilton there's 3.
It's 2. So we have Andrew Parsons and Greg Carstens.
And so Robert isn't part of...
No, he's travelling through Future Proof.
Great. So that's funded separately?
Yeah. I don't have the budget information, Councillor, but I can assure you it's very much economy and very much within our financial constraints.
Right. I note that at the end of the financial year, there was a freeze put in place by the Chief Executive for a number of activities of Council due to expenditure. And so I'm just following up on, I'm a little surprised that you can't tell us what the funds are. When could you provide that information to elected members?
I'm happy to provide that outside of the meeting.
Okay. Since a lot of it has to do, and I note you're meeting with mayors, were any politicians invited?
No, this is a staff technical tour, and I would also add that this is very much part of critical knowledge gaining in terms of a very likely strategic landscape instrument that we need to be right across.
Right. But they're meeting with politicians.
Meeting with officials, and no doubt there'll be potentially some.
Well, the report
government
itself says mayors.
Yes, I imagine there will be some mayors, but there will also be a range of officials which will also be critical to the engagement. So it is important to understand all aspects of city deals in the Australian context.
Final question, if I could, Madam Chair. I'm aware that we've done a similar tour in the past. Could you remind the Chamber when that was?
That was in 2018, I think it was.
2018. And which cities? Were it the same cities?
No, it was southeast Queensland and Western Sydney. So,
and in that case, were there politicians invited?
No.
Thank you.
Councillor Moko?
Hey, thank you, Blair. Certainly support the trip over. I think it's necessary, given the level of growth that's before us, and so it'd be good to have a look at, familiar with some of what's happening over in Melbourne. Hey, with the suite of legislation being moved through under urgency, just wanting to know if you or your team will be able to put together a bit of a timeline of change. And what I mean by a timeline of change is what does that actually mean in terms of our functionalities as a council? You spoke that it's going to be quite significant in terms of the regional metro spatial growth stuff. And so I want to know what that actually means for our council in particular.
Happy to, once we understand that information, Councillor Moku, happy to provide that. I mean, I think the waters information is more available, more clear. The changes to the resource management framework, as I've mentioned, the transitional guideline information is not yet available, and that's critical to understand the question you've asked. Suffice to say, we understand there's a potentially up to a 10-year transition period, and there will be I understand potentially 2 or 3 regions that go first, and they'll do tranches. Yeah. I don't understand that the Waikato is in that first tranche, but suffice to say, Ministry for Environment has been working overtime and trying to keep up with where they're at is challenging at the moment, so we will get that information out.
Just a subsequent question, Madam Chair. I would imagine that we're going to discuss this at some point in our audit and risk hui, or meeting at some point, which is around the compliance factor. And so my question is around getting a head start around our ability to remain compliant with the tasks or any risks that we are going to experience as a part of those transitions.
Can I just provide some level of assurance that I think that Hamilton is well placed to engage in those reforms? I think through our teams, we have very competent teams, well-led teams, and we have critical mass and scale. So I think it's a for the sector as a whole, there's a need to very quickly now get up to speed as to what the legislation means in a transition sense. But as I say, I'm confident with our work that we do with Future-Proof, the work that we do with our neighbouring councils, we are better placed than a number of councils to embrace the change that's ahead of us.
Yeah. Thank you.
My question probably follows on a little bit from Councillor Ewan's in the rationale. Help me understand why those 3 cities were chosen as a growth, as targeted cities.
Because they have similar, we work, and I need to step back, Hamilton works closely with Tauranga and Queenstown, so our 3 councils, and we do a lot of work together, collaborate, we meet, we regularly, as officials, come together, because we're grappling with very similar growth challenges. We are supported by an organisation called Iron Duke, which is a Wellington-based specialty advisory firm. They've
What's it called?
identified
Sorry, what was it
Iron
called?
Duke.
Iron Duke.
Iron Duke, yeah, they're
Sounds like a gym.
very credible. They've identified those particular areas as having city deals which are comparative or relevant to our context. So as opposed to necessarily going to see any particular city deal in Australia, you looking at those that are more relevant in our context and relevant to our circumstances is why they've been chosen. But I think at the end of the day, this is part of critical professional development for key staff in terms of understanding this new funding partnership scheme. It's fundamental to our likely future environment, and what occurs in Australia may not be exactly what occurs in New Zealand, but there'll be incredible lessons that we can bring back, or they can bring back from that study trip.
So my follow-up question to that is that we will see those lessons and learnings be reported back to us through some sort of consolidated trip report.
There's going to be a report produced, yes.
Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Blair. Thank you, Sarah.
And Councillor Anna.
Yeah, kia ora. Just a question. I understand the growth team going over. I'm also, I guess, interested in some of the research around city deals coming out of the UK that suggests they may have been more effective had they considered social issues as well and not just economic. So I'm just interested, was there a thought to our more community orientated staff attending also, just to, I don't know, bring that perspective or ask those questions, I guess?
Look, I think that I'm very confident that with the two senior staff who are going, that they will have that very broad perspective. And you know, it is a balance between how many people you take, to the point that Councillor Ewan's raising, to also just showing financial prudence in terms of you know, who should attend. So yes, they're very much going with a well-beings lens to this. The strength of any partnership is going to be all the outcomes it delivers. It's not just hard infrastructure. So, absolutely.
Thank you. All right. I will move. Would anyone like to second? I'll second. Cool. Thank you, Councillor Ewan. Oh, sorry, Maxine. Sorry, I'm still getting used to. I'm going to have to improve my spatial awareness a little bit more. Sorry
not
about
at all, Chair Sarah. It's always a bit tricky with a hybrid meeting. And thank you for allowing my last question. It's just with regard to the inclusion of city mayors for that tour, Blair, and just understanding the benefits that we can, as politicians, gain from staff meeting with the mayors.
Sorry, I didn't quite fully understand what your question was.
Apologies, it might not have been clear enough. There was a suggestion that perhaps politicians should be attending, but this is one of the first tours for staff to gain information, but that they will be meeting those mayors and understanding, I guess, from them the value that a political lens can have across it, but at the right time, perhaps.
Is your question, will staff meet with the relevant mayors in these cities?
It can be, yes.
Okay.
Look,
all right, let's say that's
and
your
the
question
value
for
of
now.
that
And would that be
information
valuable?
coming back to us.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, I think that the staff, as I said, the staff will meet with a range of stakeholders, which will include some governance representatives and mayors from time to time. But I don't want this to be portrayed as a visit of political engagement. It's not. It's a technical-based, understanding the technical details. And I think it's important that if through this tour, and if city deals or regional-based partnership deals become a thing in the future government, then if it's appropriate for our appropriate governance representatives to meet with those that can share experiences, we would arrange that. But this is an opportunity to come up to speed in 2023 in terms of the landscape in Australia. And I think it's entirely appropriate that our senior staff can meet and engage with a range of people outlined.
Okay, thank you. Does that answer your question enough?
Thank you.
Maxine?
Yes,
Yep.
Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we are now at the point where we have no further questions. I will just say a few words. I think that it's excellent to see you guys heading over to have a look at examples of where city deals have been implemented. Australia is ahead of us in this space, and why reinvent the wheel when we can look to learn from others? And it's good to see that Robert Brodnick's from Futureproof is going too, because ultimately this kind of work will be informing more detailed work into an actual proposal that we can be putting to government in the future. And I do see this as being a way forward for cities, as long as cities retain the right balance of power in these conversations, because right now central government has way too much power when it comes to actually often overriding city planning and just coming out with whatever they want that they think is going to win an election. You know, for one of the first times I even largely agreed with what the Mayor of Auckland, you know, his view on that the other day, where he said, come on, you've got to actually work with us. And so I'm excited about the city deal work, but yeah, we've got a hard job ahead of us to have a genuine partnership with central government where they actually respect all of the planning work that we've done, all of our local knowledge, and that they're willing to co-invest in a way where we both see that we're heading in the right direction. So, yeah, thank you, Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. First of all, I support the staff undertaking this travel. I think it is slightly amusing that as an elected member, when you ask a question on an issue, we've become so politically orientated that our colleagues assume that they have to take an opposite position because they think simply asking a question is one of not support.
Sorry, are you referring to?
No, I was referring to Councillor Van Hoosten. The point I reserve as an elected member is whenever there's a report put forward, staff should expect us to ask some simple questions like, where are you going? And the author of the report didn't tell us which cities you're going to. And I would have thought that was interesting. I would have also thought it was really interesting to give us some narrative of how often have we done this, because we have been doing it for quite a while, and it's worthwhile doing. It's not a new thing.
I think it's probably better to be debating more generally rather than directly to a member of staff, but carry on.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll change my orientation so that I'm not directly looking at the General Manager. And I'm talking, interestingly, I was actually, the rules, I think it is, I'm supposed to debate through the chair.
Okay.
So if I'm looking this way, guess where?
Go ahead.
I'm looking at the chair. So would you now amend my time, because you've interrupted me
I have,
twice.
yes. Can we give
So you can give me my minute back.
Yep.
What I will say about the tour is I'm sure staff will reflect on the fact that the funding models in Australia are so different to the funding models that are available in the New Zealand context. That actually leads on to the Chair's comment about, I think, in fact, the Australians do it slightly better with the use of the sort of state governments and their local governments and how they work funding together versus the federal government. And just finally, again, I don't apologise for asking where we're going, how much is it costing, why are we doing it, have we done it before, are we going to have some accountability? That's called governance, and it doesn't mean that I don't support it. And it doesn't mean that every time there's a tour, an elected member should go. But occasionally, I think it would have added some value, and particularly when you start meeting with mayors. And I'm just asking staff to reflect on that.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Right, Councillor Anna.
I just want to say I do support the trip also. I'm interested in your suggestion, Sarah, around power and how we need to think about that and challenge who has the power. One of the questions I had, and I didn't ask it until I've thought about it now, which I won't ask, it's not a question, it's in debate, but in terms of just our relationship with Waikato Tainui in these conversations around city deals, I'm not clear on how that is happening, and I'd just like to understand that some more. And in terms of the city deals, I guess also excited to see the results that may eventuate in terms of the social outcomes around affordable housing and climate action as well, because the opportunity is there. So thank you.
Cool, thank you. Online, we've... All right, I think, did we have Zoomers first? Yeah. Who was first online? Okay, Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. I was pleased to hear Councillor Ewan's questions, because that is the governance role that we should all be thinking about, and we rely very heavily on Councillor Ewan to do that often. So it's very good also to see Councillor Mark chipping in. General Manager Blair's responses gave me all the reassurance I wanted, so very happy with that. And Councillor Anna chipping in with a possible added value on the social side was good governance too. I have enjoyed listening to this.
Thank you. All right, and Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Thanks very much. And look, if I gave anybody the impression that I believed it was an all-in affair, then my apologies. I don't believe that at all. And I actually can fully support, in the first instance, a good technical drilling down into the aspects that make it city deals so successful overseas, and for us to be able to learn from our Australian cousins some of the aspects that we can draw from to make it successful here. And one of those things being meeting with political arm to understand how through their intervention and support these sorts of deals can reach a political and across party, hopefully, acceptance of the real need to put funding into our city. All too often, we hear in these meetings, in finance meetings, in economic development meetings, the need for more money and investment into our city. And without putting down the structural technical understanding behind it, we're never going to be able to win the deal. I really like the idea of the including Waikato Tainui, other iwi partners, and some of the partnership around that. I also really like the idea of doing that as a collaborative group, and can really support doing things collectively. That's how we can, as a group of cities with need, be able to put our best case forward. And there are opportunities throughout the rest of this meeting where we'll be able to discuss that a little bit further. But thank you, Blair and the team, and wish Andrew and Greg real luck in being able to bring back some of those best ideas for us to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Maxine. That was well timed. Right, now, Councillor Mark.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. Thanks, Blair, for your report. I too will be. I support the working group going over there for the tour. It's fantastic. One of the reasons I'd say I support it is because quite often in this chamber I've asked to see evidence of, are we looking at, into overseas cities to see where we can make gains and what we can do. And collaboration, with other cities around New Zealand is obviously a good thing. And there's a famous quote and I had to write it down, so forgive me. The whole is greater than the sum of its parts, which I think encapsulates that team effort to go overseas and see things on how they're being done and bring back ideas that might work here. Because in my own experience, I've done it through New Zealand Trade and Enterprise, where I've travelled to Asia, America, and gone with other businesses, and the conversations you can have with people at any one point in time that can just trigger a new idea that you go, holy heck, that might work. Let's put it to the test. And so good on you for going, and it's good to see that we're being proactive in that part. The only thing I would ask, and this is a little bit tongue-in-cheek, is please don't bring back any New South Wales supporters gear for my good friend Moko.
And Mayor Paula.
Noting the recommendation is just to receive the report. But in speaking to this matter, I think we have charged the Chief Executive with considerable savings, and he still has to deliver those. How he manages the professional development and input to his staff is his business, I guess, underneath that. And it's our business what happens as an elected wing and governor. So I support Councillor Wilson's comment, though, that don't overlook the opportunity to expand and grow the elected members, especially across their portfolio interests or their skill sets. We do have a professional development fund each, but there may also, of course, be exceptional circumstances under which council believes it's worthwhile someone doing something. So I just, to staff, if there is something that has a governance level as well, and I'm not talking about myself going in this particular instance, I'm talking about portfolio-based, then we should consider that also, please.
Right. We will go to the vote. All right, all those, sorry, hold on. Who did we move in second? I moved. You moved and you. Okay, all right. So all those in favour of receiving the report? Thank you.
The motion is carried unanimously.
Okay. As former Councillor Martin Gallagher would have said, I have a very important constituent waiting in the wings for me. So we're going to have a small tea break. Let's make it 15, we'll make it 15 minutes so everyone can come back refreshed. I do want to say that we have, let's see if we can move efficiently through this next item, because we have had a lot to say on these last two things. But look, I won't be curtailing questions as such. But yeah, if we can attempt to move efficiently, would be excellent. So let's break and come back in 15 minutes. Oh, 5 to 11. About 5 to 11. Okay, thank you. Good. How we'll manage this, because there's a lot in this report, is that we'll go through, if you look at your run sheet in the bold, there's titles there, land use planning, strategic infrastructure, housing, funding, finance. So we'll go through each of those one by one. So we'll start with land use planning with Mark Davies.
Yes.
Cool. Good morning, councillors. So I've probably just start you at page 23 in Diligent. So there's a couple of items here which, look, I'll just quickly touch on and then, welcome further questions on. So starting with the future-proof future development strategy. So that work's underway. It's obviously being informed by the housing business capacity assessment. So the housing business capacity assessment is going to tell us what our supply side of the equation looks like in terms of land for residential development and industrial development. That will then inform the future development strategy, which is the settlement pattern effectively for the sub-region. So that's working its way through. All being well, will be in draft by the end of the year and consultation later this year, early next year. And that's a really important document for those new members in terms of guiding the city in terms of kind of where it grows and how it grows, but also guiding the sub-region. Moving to our submission on the Northern Precinct extension at the airport, that private plan change. So the decision came out on that, granting the airport's plan change. You'll see there's a little bit of analysis there at the bottom of page 24 in terms of some of the matters for which we submitted on. We weren't successful in terms of some of the relief we were seeking, but we've had subsequent discussions with the airport company directly in terms of how we might or how they might address some of our concerns coming out of that. I'd note that, and I can talk about that further through questions if you like, but I'd note that it is under appeal now, so there has been an appeal lodged by Forest and Bird to decline the application in its entirety. So we'll just consider whether or not we then become party to that appeal. Obviously, we supported the expansion of the airport overall, aside from some points there that we've noted that where we sort of wanted some things tweaked around the edges.
I will take questions because I imagine, Mark, you'll touch over things pretty briefly, right?
I've only got one more item, and I don't know whether you then want me to touch on the housing.
I think we can largely take things as read, and then we'll come back to housing after the strategic infrastructure sort of work.
Great. Well, look, my final point then, just page 25, para 23 is it's relatively inconsequential. It's the update to the regional policy statement that's effectively embedding. Gosh, I have to stop myself. It sounds like so much jargon, but it's embedding the national policy statement, urban development policies and objectives into the regional policy statement. So it's a fairly minor update, and we're obviously participating in that and expecting a decision on that soon. I'll stop there. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. All right, we've got Councillor Ewan, question.
Thanks, Chair. I think actually my question will be to Blair. Blair, you'll see on page 25 and point 22, and as Mark has explained, staff have now reached out and the airport company have sort of said, look, we'll cover off your concerns under the letter of expectation. Can you confirm that, is this an annual letter?
I can confirm that we are going to be sending a letter to the airport this cycle. I'm not aware of the frequency that letter has been sent in the past, but certainly one will be sent ahead of any statement of intent be prepared by the airport in this current cycle.
I asked that question because actually the report says, which is an annual letter, and I just wanted to confirm if that's correct.
A good practice would be an annual letter. I'm not certain of the frequency of that in the past.
in light of the fact that we've had other examples in the last 12 months where we've had what we thought was a letter of intent based on strategic issues, and the airport company making a significant variation in what that letter referred to, what confidence, if any, do you believe that this council could have on any agreement to mitigate the concerns raised by this council when they've shown scant regard for undertakings in the past?
I think on the matters in relation to the plan change and the conversations that I've been party to with the airport management, I feel confident that they will take on board the things that we've raised and will put in place the necessary assurances.
Thank you.
And a very the same topic. I was just trying to understand, and if you can explain it in very simple language for me. So the plan change was initiated by the airport, and the concerns that we raised during the hearing were not successful. But we still remain, majority shareholder of the airport, and the only way to influence it now is through the statement of intent. Is that it in a nutshell?
Yes, yep. There were two pathways. One is through the statement of intent as a shareholder. The other was through an appeal. Given we showed overall support for the plan change, it was decided that the statement of intent or letter of expectation was a better, more pragmatic pathway to go down.
Okay. And are we comfortable with that? Like, as from your perspective, are you confident that we can do that, or that they will listen?
That's the pathway that we've agreed and agreed internally. Yes.
Okay. Cool. Thank you.
Questions on land use planning, so we'll invite you back soon, Mark, but we'll go to strategic infrastructure, and that, we've got, Phil first, then Jackie, then Chris. Yeah. Cool. Thank you, Phil. Did you want to take it as read, or did you have anything you wanted to?
I'm very happy to take it as read, yes.
Okay.
If that's okay.
So are there any questions around the Metro Spatial Plan work and what's been reported here?
Madam Chair, is this an opportunity for Phil to update us on the data issues that stem from your report? Has he had time to reflect on that?
Not yet. I think we're still waiting on the information, but we would like to, by the end of the meeting, hopefully close it out.
Yeah. So that's being worked on. Thanks, Councillor Ewan. Okay. No other questions at this stage. Cool. Thank you, Phil, and also thank you for the background information that you provided as part of this report in the appendix. It's helpful. Thank you. Okay.
Can I just note through the chair that one of the initiatives that in support of that program is the communications and awareness, and that's the work that we're working in conjunction with Future Proof on. So just very conscious that how and what could be conceived as a very technical matter needs to be also conveyed in a more engaging, plain English manner to help our public understand what that Transport Street is about. So just raise it for awareness. One question just on that. How are we linking with the work going on with communications around the Metro Spatial Plan? How would that link into things like Access Hamilton, and where I'm hoping that we're also boosting our communication work? It needs to be and will be part of the consideration, Chair. Okay. So. Cool. All right. Thank you. Jackie.
Kia ora koutou. I'm happy to take the report as read and take any questions, but I thought I'd also use the opportunity just to provide a verbal update on some of the wastewater capacity challenges that we've presented to you previously, and some of the work that we've got underway to address those issues. So really quickly, the connections approval process and policy review is continuing, and good progress is being made on that. Just want to acknowledge Raywin Simpson, who's the project manager of that overall work, who's doing an excellent job working through a really complex change process. So the documentation to support the preferred policy settings, including clear and comprehensive articulation of the risks and benefits of different approaches, is currently being prepared for your consideration. The team are planning to bring those to a council briefing in October ahead of presenting the draft policy to the Infrastructure and Operations Committee for approval to release for public consultation later in the year. We've talked a lot about the network capacity assessment tool being a critical tool to help support implementation of that new policy, and a range of smart forms. Those are being developed at the moment alongside process flow mapping and just a clear understanding of the processes needed to support that new way of managing capacity on our network. So we're out to the market at the moment seeking proposals for the network capacity assessment tool, and expect to receive those back soon and to award that contract. We've also got a work stream looking at the resourcing, people resource needed to implement the updated and new process. From a capital works perspective, the bulk wastewater storage program is progressing well, and the team are working towards trying to secure a briefing with you later on this month or early next month, really just to inform you of what bulk storage is, what the program is, and progress that's being had to accelerate the highest priority facilities for implementation. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Jackie. Do we have questions on the Southern Wastewater Treatment? Yep. Councillor Emma.
Kia ora, Jackie. Just in regards to the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant, this might be a little bit out of or left of field, but I just note that over the weekend the River Iwi group collected 125 kilos of invasive gold clams, which kind of indicates the level of the species in that hour, and I guess a potential risk to our treatment plant. Has there been, or will there be, design considerations on the potential effect of gold clams on our treatment plant? Has it been actively thought of as a
Yeah, kia ora, Councillor. So in our operations team, we have Fiona Sutton, who's the head of operations, who's part of a task force that's been established alongside MPI to really understand the implications of the toxic invasive clam on our infrastructure. So they're working through better understanding what that looks like as a collective of municipal operators across local authorities. So the answer is yes, we're working through that.
It's good to hear, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Emma. Councillor Cash.
On the plan change conversation we had earlier and the biking, cycling route that will cut across the property, so is there a way around that, or will there be a different option?
Yes, there are solutions around that.
Okay, cool. That's all. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you. That was a good question and something I highlighted as well. So essentially, are we expecting to be able to work through this with the airport in terms of the placement of that path?
That is the intention,
yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Because clearly it's not a desired outcome to have it go through a paper road which would sever the middle of the site. So around the periphery, potentially also not even through that property. We need to understand that and Southern Links Transport Corridor, which is next on the agenda, and where that any walking, cycling connections associated with that may also dictate a different path again. So.
Okay. Thank you. And just in terms, Jackie, in terms of the funding side of things. So we're looking at needing another 2 million at this stage. Do you think it's likely we can reallocate, or is it still, it may need to be new funding?
The advice that I've had so far is that it's likely that we can, but we will be bringing that through the Finance Committee.
Okay. Yeah. And I recall in a previous report there was a bit of a heads up around needing to potentially prepare for the first stage of the plant. Is that information coming through the long-term plan process?
Yes, it is. So we've looked at smoothing out the funding request for the Southern Wastewater Treatment Plant more than we had in our submission to the DIA. And that's in part to reflect having more time to get through the consenting process, and I guess those financial constraints that council are facing in the first 2 years. But our intention is to try and get to a point where we've lodged consent applications, notices of requirement before, if it happens, the Three Waters transition, and then move into construction. And we're still, driving hard to try and head off the airport company investing in an on-site plant.
Yeah.
From my understanding, my most recent discussions with Waipa District Council staff is that the current negotiations between the airport company and Waipa is on a tank and truck solution for the plan change area, which will last for a while, but has a practical limit. So trying to get ahead of, I guess, that practical limit being reached is one of the drivers for getting the first stage of the plant in as quickly as possible.
Okay, but just to be clear, it's a very temporary approach they would be looking
Absolutely.
at, so it doesn't jeopardise in any way the general business case and the staging and things.
That's right.
Okay.
If they were to proceed with an on-site wastewater facility,
Yeah.
That's a different story. We'd have to revisit in terms of timing.
Okay.
Ultimately, we still need the southern plant, but the timing might change.
But they're not, just to be clear, they're not currently considering that?
I think that it's one of the options, well, it is one of the options that they put forward in their plan change. In their plan change, they had to be able to demonstrate that they had a wastewater servicing solution. And so they mentioned the southern plant. They also mentioned on-site treatment. They mentioned tank and truck. And I guess the commissioners were satisfied that that was enough for their plan change. Now they need to implement the solution. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. Are there any further, don't seem to be any further questions on this, so thank you, Jackie. Kia ora. Did you want to add something?
I just want to add before Jackie departs, the topic of Three Waters in the strategic context that Jackie's covered remains a critical focus for us, this council, this committee, even with water reform. So as it stands, we're required to provide water activity for the first 2 years of LTP. What Jackie's referred to as our considerations around our wastewater plants, Puketi, Southern, Puketi consent, but also importantly the capacity upgrades in the wastewater system and the connections review, which will be coming through briefing shortly. Really just again encouraging the committee to stay close to this topic. Our advice to elected members would be we don't want to take our foot off the accelerator in terms of providing critical Three Waters infrastructure and support to our city and wait for the waters entity. We need to have momentum and clear direction and then pass it over to the waters entity to keep going. We have well-known challenges in capacity, which is impacting on housing supply in parts of the city or housing ability to create further capacity. So those are things we're working through, and what Jackie's talking about is fundamental to help us actually unlock and keep that housing pipeline enabled. So.
Thank you. Okay, thanks, Jackie. Chris, so we're just on to Southern Links.
Yes, if I could do it from here. Look, the Southern Links form and function review is proceeding slower than anticipated, but it is proceeding, and it will be used to inform Waka Kotahi's 10-year plan or their National Land Transport Program for state highways. Paragraph 57 there, they've completed all their modelling. councillors may recall that we asked some extra modelling to be done to do a sensitivity test if the SL1 and SL2 land areas develop faster. So they've done all of that report. It's just been collated at the moment. I put in paragraph 58 some of the emerging outcomes I believe that they'll present to you at the next strategic growth and district plan committee. We've set a target date of 10th of October to come back to the next meeting just to try and bring this to a conclusion. It's very looking very much like that they believe a staged development approach for Southern Links might be one of the findings, particularly from Tamahere through to the airport. And the other one is putting a business case into the NLTP for works around the Kahikatea Drive, Greenwood, Tui-Karimea Road, Dinsdale sort of part of the network. So clearly there's some developing problems there, safety problems that link to this as well. So we're hoping very much that they will follow through with that and have an entry in the next program to do some further work at that intersection and part of Southern Links at all. But we'll be looking to have Waka Kotahi at the next meeting to present that to you. Prior to that, a touch point with the working group. Happy to answer any questions.
Cool. Thank you, Chris. Councillor Jeff.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. Chris, thanks for that. You mentioned that the work they're doing will inform the 24 to 27 NLTP. If there's come October, if there's, let's say, an ACT national government is elected, and they have views on Southern Links, which they have articulated, the National Party, in terms of promoting it, how they're going to miss that NLTP in terms of informing it, aren't they? Anything directives they have will be for a future NLTP. Is that correct, or does the wheel turn faster than that?
If I may use a bit of an analogy, sometimes transport policies like turning a super tanker, it takes a little bit to turn. I think the first and most important document is the GPS on land transport, the government policy statement on land transport, which has been announced, I think, as we speak, or might have got announced yesterday. So that's the government's view, which is a document that the incoming government would certainly have to have regard to or change it, and that will take time to change. Right. But that's really signalling the direction of travel or the outcomes they want from transport. So I haven't had time to look at that or understand that, but some of the announcements we've seen yesterday were, about safety roading projects coming to the fore for Cambridge Pie area, I think. So I would expect that would see that reflected in the GPS. So if an incoming government comes in, they'll have to have regard to that GPS, and if they had a different view, change that. That would be quite a difficult thing to do, I think, ready in time for the 24-27 NLTP. Okay. But it's been done before in terms of governments, trying to turn the super tanker around a little bit quicker. So I guess we just wait and see.
Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Chris, I do have one question on this, and that's, so Waka Kotahi is recommending a staged approach to Southern Links, with the priority being connecting State Highway 1 and 3 and the airport, right? So that part of it. In terms of when we look at our priorities as a council and noting, I guess, that there's always going to be limited capacity to deliver everything all at once, what kind of, and then also, I guess, reflecting on announcements that have been made, ideally for us, what would the timing be when you look at the whole suite of growth projects that we have? Like are there priorities that would be coming, to the surface above stage 2 of Southern Links? What's the council position on that?
Yeah, so probably my first point is I've given you some advice which I think are the emerging themes. So we need to hear that from Waka Kotahi that is the outcome of their study. We just talked about the GPS. The other important policy document obviously is the Regional Land Transport Program as well, which is currently under development. So through that, the region will start seeing a selection of projects that the various agencies want to do, including Waka Kotahi, and have that opportunity through that process to prioritise what they think as a region are important projects. So, remember, Southern Links is, in our view, is a state highway project. State highway to me means 100% funded by Waka Kotahi, so their decisions and their view, but integration with our program really comes around the RLTP.
Yep. All right, I'll leave that there. Are there any further questions on that one? Otherwise we'll move, thank you Chris, otherwise we'll move to housing and invite Mark back up again.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just turning to housing, and I know that's a hot topic for this committee. So previous resolutions of the committee were based around prioritising inclusionary zoning on the basis or assuming a delay to Plan Change 12. So what I'll speak about in the next paper is obviously we have that delay in Plan Change 12. So that resolution you passed stands in terms of us prioritising inclusionary zoning. There's also been sort of conversations offline regarding the Martin Newdale work that was done end of last year, beginning of this year. I've summarised para 62, the key sort of levers that report recommended back to council that we look at. We've provided a brief summary and sort of a status against some of those. It's my intention that we utilise, assuming you approve it, through the housing working group, this list in terms of the priorities, progress updates and the like. It's clear we can't do everything on the list, so we need to pick some winners and we need to focus on those because affordable housing isn't going to be fixed overnight. We're already, as you know, focusing on inclusionary zoning. We've been talking to Waikato and Waipa about jointly progressing this plan change. Those conversations are ongoing. We've brought on board some additional consulting resource to help with how an inclusionary zoning would be then implemented. So just to explain that for a second, effectively the inclusionary zoning policy would be collecting money and or land through development. It's then a question of how we deploy that land and money to actually deliver more affordable homes. So there's a piece of work going on in that space as well. Look, I'll probably pause there and just take any questions.
Possibly just before you take questions, Mark referred to proposed establishment of a housing working group, and there's a resolution in the report. The working group, whilst primarily focused on affordable housing, which is the work program here, will also maintain some awareness of the social housing initiatives across the city, and engage with and keep aligned with our other partners who operate in that space, because it's an important part of the wider housing spectrum. So just raise that it's not so much the purview of this committee, but there are important players and they're part of that wider spectrum of housing that forms the consideration of council.
So we've got the resolution for later on up there in regard to the housing working group. Yes. Could you remove the P, please? That's all right. It's been my whole life like that. Thanks, Mark. Yeah, every childhood certificate is there a Thompson. Are there any questions around that? I will note we've had some discussion around a drop-in session for inclusionary zoning, particularly for newer councillors if you want to learn a little bit more about that and ask some questions. So we'll send out an invite to that at some stage. No, we're all happy at this stage. Cool. Thanks, Mark. All right, we're flying through things now. Funding and financing.
Greg, you're up.
Good morning, councillors. Morena, yeah.
Exactly.
So there's, in Blair's report, there's a couple of funding and financing items. I think we've had good discussion at a recent briefing, so I think if there are any questions, happy to answer those.
Greg, one question from me is, can you just explain a little bit further? I understand there's a requirement that debt headroom created by shifting funding into these IFF arrangements would be required to be spent or invested in housing infrastructure. How does that work?
Yeah, so there's an Infrastructure Funding and Financing Act which established this. Are you coming to sit here, Hannah? I am. Oh yes, Hannah Windle's joining us. So in the legislation, which is about delivering new housing, that was effectively the purpose of this mechanism, and it requires essentially that the funding be directed to the benefit of new housing or for the purpose of delivering new housing. So that's reasonably broad. I actually think I'll perhaps take a sharper look at the legislation and maybe come back in the next report if you want a bit of a better explanation of what that might mean. But I think that there's some connection between the investment and new housing. If that answers your question.
Yes. So I guess without the detail there, in general it would be, it's not just anything goes, there has to be some degree of connection with new housing outcomes.
Yeah, that's a good way of putting it.
Okay. Thank you. Are there no further questions on this one?
I wonder if there's no questions, maybe Hannah just speaks to the sort of complementary part of this, which is the prospectus, and I guess there's a diagram on paragraph 85, which also helps sort of link these all together.
Sorry, Maxine. Sorry, Maxine. I didn't catch you quite.
That's okay.
Councillor Maxine, you've got a go ahead.
Yeah, just with regard to IFF, and thanks for the briefing that we had recently. It was really helpful to get a better understanding of the elements around it. You did talk about the increased cost of that, not just the interest rate, but also the fees, etc., that we might have to fund. How do we then talk about that in a positive way with the people that will be affected by that IFF, considering also that the kinds of things that we're funding are of the same kind of value that we get and the same sort of, I guess, risk level that LGFA have as well. So, there is kind of an additional cost that residents will have to wear.
Thanks, Councillor Maxine. Good question. So there has been in the IFFs that have been put together to date, so Tauranga and Wellington in particular, there has been a margin which is over and above the LGFA, although it has been marginal. So talking to Tauranga, they started with sort of a 2% margin, but actually was driven quite a bit lower and closer to that LGFA margin, because some of those establishment costs that you mentioned, they're actually built into that 2% number, and they were substantially reduced, as I understand it. So say you have a infrastructure that can be delivered because it's funded in an IFF, and there is a slight margin on it, then that's the cost. And in terms of the benefit, there are benefits in terms of certainty. So if you have a program of work, say take citywide cycleways, which is one of the potential citywide projects, then you have certainty of delivery, and you also have funding that matches the useful life of the asset, so 30 years. So the LGFA won't give you a 30-year funding term. There's that benefit. The other side, I guess, for the end user is that in order to be charged the levy, they have to be beneficiaries of the infrastructure, and so they, are paying that levy for that infrastructure to go out and to be the beneficiary of. So that's another benefit. But ultimately, I guess that is an important thing for council to weigh up, is the affordability and how much higher would that be compared to if the general rate did the same thing. We don't have those numbers yet because those financiers, MAFIC and the government financiers, need to go to market, and we need to bargain down and push hard not to have any significant establishment fees. So I think when council comes to decide that, that will be an important thing to think about, and and I guess we have to wait and see whether it's really marginal, or if it's something that council's unhappy with, then that might be the reason not to do it. So.
And you'll be able to supply us with the full cost of both of those kinds of proposals, so that we've got a really good comparison when we're looking at at the deal once it comes across our table.
Yeah, absolutely. I keep giving you the best numbers I've got, and so those have been pretty scenario based at this point. But any numbers I get that relate to this will be put to you straight away.
Thank you. Thanks, Craig.
Thank you, Councillor Maxine. Good question, Councillor Emma.
Thank you. Just a quick question in terms of timing of the white paper with Queenstown and Tauranga. Is there time, in terms of the trip to Australia, is there time to incorporate the learnings from that trip into that paper? Has it been allowed? Cool.
Another good question. In terms of, so the white paper, just if for anyone who's not up on it, it's a principles-based document which sets out a set of principles that we believe should be in place in funding agreements, but substantial funding agreements between the government, central government, and high growth councils, or central government and growth partnerships like Smart Growth in Tauranga or our Future Proof. And these are experience-based, and they're also, we canvassed quite widely to take advice. The infrastructure gentlemen over here and Future Proof and other people. So they try and they establish principles to enable like efficient contracts between council and government, and also ones where risk is balanced. So the risk sits with the party that is most able to manage it, and that also a high trust model, meaning that it means what it means, that we as partners we trust each other, and also around track record. So HCC's got a really strong track record of delivering complex projects and entire growth cells, so Rotatuna and Peacocks now and other works. And so essentially we want recognition, we want that to be a strong consideration in a funding agreement with council. We don't want a generic approach where it's actually not efficient to have a generic approach where you don't recognise the delivery capability of partners. So there's all, there's pieces like that, that's sort of a bit of a cross-section of some of them. In terms of, it's actually getting signed now, meaning we've just sent off the last version, so that should be crystallised. I think you raised a good point about Australia, and there could be some learnings from there. I guess there's an opportunity to amend it. I mean, I think we should consider what we learnt over there. We're also we've got quite strong experience and understanding of the New Zealand relationship with our government. So I think you raise a good point, and we'll test that. But at the moment, that should be finalised in pretty shortly.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, bear with me because I have one question going back to the IFF again, prompted by Councillor Maxine, and that is, how far out does your work program go that you can fund? Because my understanding was they wanted projects where really we're about to go out to tender or to contract. So you've talked about certainty, Greg. How far out is the work program?
So first thing is just a reminder that there's the projects that underpin the IFF, and then there's the headroom with which you can make your choices. So you're talking about the projects that would be funded by a levy through an SPV. So CIP and MAFIC gave us a set of criteria. Their preference is projects that are completed in the first 4 years of our upcoming long-term plan, but we had discussions about projects where there are costs in the first 4 years, so don't necessarily have to be completed. So those are the two sort of time frames. So I think, again, like with the numbers and with this stuff, there's a fair bit of negotiation, discussion to put together. And I guess one other relevant thing is Tauranga had things in their IFF that were towards the end of their long-term plan. So sort of mental note that when we're having these discussions with them. And also Tauranga did something which I would suggest we do, which is not just have a specific set of projects, but have a range of projects, or have a definition about, cycleway projects, but not specify each incremental piece in an amount of dollars. So that just gives council the ability to have some flex as things change in the world and that kind of thing. So there's a few things there around that scope.
Thank you, Greg. The other part of my question was, we've heard capacity to deliver is a key issue. So even if you fix the funding issue, your capacity of the market to deliver stuff is still potentially constrained. Are we able to use IFF to create a more certain pipeline of work that would enable, those in the market to have some confidence in, say, investing to scale up to enable them to deliver more?
Yeah, that's another good question. Andrew Parsons, did you catch that question, Andrew?
100%. I guess for the answer to that is what the LTP is.
Yeah.
And so any decision around IFF or any other funding mechanism ultimately translates into projects that council agrees in the 10-year plan. So that is the pipeline document.
Yes, I think my question is more, does this create a higher level of certainty? Does it have the opportunity to create more certainty, which would enable the market to build its capacity more than what we would see just through the LTP, which can shift and move more substantially?
Andrew, the question was in relation to
IFF.
could we delivery and the ability for us to deliver an increased work program. Would the IFF certainly provide the market time to scale up and our organisation to scale up in response to that?
I still want to see that in the context of the whole LTP. I wouldn't want to make a comment in isolation of that broader program. It's the whole program that that we'd want to respond to, not specific. Otherwise, we won't have a fully integrated response. My advocacy is you need to see the whole LTP, all the decision making that comes from that, whether IFF's in it or not. And then that provides a signal to the market, both consultancy and contractors, and that's what that's the pipeline document. I'd not want to be drawn specifically on the IFF in isolation of that, sorry.
Cool. Thank you.
I think it's probably fair to say, though, isn't it, Andrew and Chris, that once industry cycles up and creates capacity, that's an optimum situation as opposed to industry going up and down. So you scale up expertise and consultants and others in construction. That's an optimum scenario, isn't it?
Yeah, we're not alone. So, our local consulting and contracting sector is more sort of regionally led, so it depends on what else is happening regionally. So you've got to look across Waka Kotahi's programs, et cetera, and it's the size of the whole. We're pretty scaled up at the moment, with the works that are underway. So, but going forward, it really depends on the cumulative decisions of this council, other councils, and other Crown agencies going forward in their respective 10-year planning documents.
Okay, cool. Thank you. Thanks, Andrew. We have Councillor Maxine. Is this one on the IFF again, or on?
Oh yeah, it is. Sorry, just as a follow-up, the report talks about headroom in dollar figures. And that's great, but we often look at it as a debt to revenue percentage. Can you let me know what that equates to in that kind of context?
Sure. The key thing is that it doesn't factor into that debt revenue calculation. So that's the off balance sheet piece. So so that's the short answer. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. But if we're looking at, I think in 25, 26, we were really close to the 280%. How much would that move that figure down in a percentage? You don't have to answer it in this meeting today. Perhaps there's an opportunity for us to learn that outside of here.
Okay, we'll come back to you with a number on that one, Councillor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mayor Paula.
First, in terms of the line of questioning that you had, Chair Thompson, around the long-term plan, if we create headroom, if we go through an IFF, and I'm very supportive that we should, because quite frankly this sits very well with city deals and place-based deals kind of approaches to what we're doing. That headroom, what that gets used for, how that gets applied, whether it's to further growth projects or in some other way, is still to be determined. It's not predetermined, is it?
So there is parameters. The basic parameter is that it needs to support new housing, and so that goes back to the IFF Act. I mentioned, I think just before you came in, I'm going to do a bit more detail around what obligations we would have around any headroom that council elects to use. But I think the short answer is that it's associated with new housing, and then I'll come back with something a bit more detailed about that.
I think the key, Mayor Paula, is that the best time for us to consider this is in the context of the wider LTP considerations, and as all the parts come together, because I think you've heard conversations on capacity, deliverability, affordability. They're all part of the mix, and I think the tool is one critical part of that. But ultimately, how and if we wish to deploy that as part of that wider LTP consideration.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So council has some wider opportunity to determine exactly how that is allocated. It doesn't lock us into just one or two scenarios. It enables us some flexibility around future spending for growth.
I'd say it allows you a lot of flexibility, but still there are still some guardrails, but it allows you quite a lot of flexibility in terms of your choices.
Cool. Can I just now flip to another? Don't think.
I'll just check if Councillor Anna, is your question on the IFF? Okay, so we'll finish off IFF and then we'll move to was your one on IFF as well?
No, it was on Southern Wastewater Plant. I'll come back to it.
Okay, were you not here for?
No.
Okay, all right. We'll finish the IFF conversation.
Yep, sure.
And then we'll do the prospectus, then I'll allow us
You'll let
to...
me have a question, won't
Jackie,
you, Ewan?
Jackie has left, but we'll do our best to answer that.
Yeah.
Okay,
Really.
thanks. Councillor Anna.
Just a question for understanding around the IFF. So the off-balance sheet aspect of it, ultimately it still would fall to council though, as the buck stops with council sort of thing. So it's just can you just explain a little bit more about the off-balance sheet and how others might understand it? Not so much us, but like...
Yes. So essentially the council and the government agree a set of projects that will be funded by a targeted rate, which is a levy, and that number's worked out, and for properties that benefit from those assets, they will pay a certain amount. And so the number that we've used is $100 a section, so that just works out in terms of circa $100 million worth of assets. Yep. So it's just kind of taken up here, and you don't pay a rate for that asset because you've moved it off, so you kind of do a bit of a switch.
Yep.
And now you're paying essentially a levy instead of a rate, but it might be a bit of a premium, and we need to think about how much that is.
Yeah.
So that's essentially that piece. And then what that leaves is a similar amount of money, say let's use the $100 million example. The council now has under its debt to revenue ratio that it could, if it chose, spend on something which is pretty broad but still has to relate to new housing. And it's worth remembering that just putting the mechanism, in terms of what I'm doing and my part to play in this is, if council goes ahead, is just to make that, to put that mechanism in place and create the opportunity to make those decisions. And then I think there's a full council process to work out whether or not they want to use that headroom and, you know, how and what are the implications. So just setting that mechanism in place, essentially taking the funding for those assets and putting it off the balance sheet.
I guess I was more thinking about if people didn't pay the levy, if it failed, councils would be responsible to...
Oh, okay. You mean the project, the actual projects fail. So, well, it's all housed in a special purpose vehicle. There's a government support package which is essentially put in place to deal with contract failure and non-delivery. And it really has to be tight because in order for it to be off balance sheet and the credit ratings to agree that it's not a liability of ours, it has to be tightly, you know, the risk and obligations are tightly separated from the council. I think it's a good question to ask and be sceptical and test that to make sure that there isn't a possibility of liability, but the whole thing is set up in order for there not to be recourse to the council, because otherwise it would be on your balance sheet because it's a liability.
Okay, yep, thank you.
If because we heard, you know, there could be a 1 to 2% interest rate kind of margin potentially, but which is massive. If you're looking at, say, a few $100 million, then that's quite a few million a year extra that you're paying interest. So the question is, when we're looking at how much more risk this poses to investors versus local government being the one directly, I guess, holding that liability, like how much does it justify those kinds of margins, or do they see, well, ultimately government or local government will step in if anything really turns to custard?
My understanding is that the margin really relates to that the LGFA has all the balance sheets of, you know, Auckland or Hamilton. So you have a bigger balance sheet to essentially, you know, leverage the lending rates against. So that's smaller in this case. I think that I would be confident that there isn't a recourse to council simply because of, you know, the credit agents wouldn't accept it as off balance sheet and the legislation and the government support package is sent up. I think Andrew would he's gone. But I'm sure he will give a healthy amount of scepticism to that when we get closer, because it's something we would definitely need to keep a sharp eye on. But I think at this stage we should be confident about that. And in terms of the margin, the affordability thing's critical. We're just still having a bit of a general conversation about this because we haven't got these numbers together. So I'm well aware that affordability is critical, and I think we have to wait a bit for the numbers to come together before you can actually look at it and really make a decision on that or have a good discussion.
Okay, thank you. Let's move then very quickly to the prospectus with the wastewater treatment. Well, we don't. Okay, we can do that. We don't have Jackie here, so we'll see if that can be answered.
Yeah,
okay, we'll do that quickly and then move
and
on to that.
apologies for the backtracking. Just a very quick question. Hopefully, it's a useful one in terms of the funding the Southern Wastewater Plant, and I see the shortfall now and so on. It's still the case at the moment that the other partners in this project haven't forecast any revenue in their long-term plans or at this point in time, right? I'm correct?
In their current plans, that's correct.
Okay, so are we? Do we retain absolute confidence of their partnership going forward? If costs start to escalate, at what point do we review what we're doing?
Look, those are, it's a very relevant question, Mayor Paula, and it's something that we need to tease out with our partners as they start to think about their draft 24 long-term plans.
So quite soon we would, really.
Yes.
Because otherwise we're doing all this investigation, the costs balloon, and then we still don't have certainty of a funding partnership.
And we also have waters reform 2 years in as well, which conceivably, and Andrew might want to jump in here, potentially it will be very advantageous for this project because it actually cuts across boundary. But Andrew may want us to say something.
You're correct in relation to the need for the partnership with our neighbours, but in the context of the current law on around Three Waters, my advocacy would be to progress the project through the thinking phases regardless, because that cost always would move to an entity under the current proposal for Three Waters reform. Just put that tag in there, but also recognising just how critical this plant is for Hamilton's future growth as well, and that over the next 12 to 24 months, work can be done on those partnership conversations, and we'll also have the benefit of understanding, the election results later this year as well. So my advocacy is progress the thinking money to continue to develop the project, given the criticality for the city, notwithstanding all the other issues.
Yeah.
So there is time for that broader partnership conversation, I think.
Yeah. No, look, I'm supportive of that. So will we be progressing that in future-proof over the next 3 months? And second question to that is, will we also play a role in informing the development of their own LTPs in respect to this matter?
I can potentially have a brief chat about that. We've had some initial meetings with our neighbours around these exact very issues, and how we actually line up what's been agreed sub-regionally or regionally into our upcoming planning documents and our budgeting documents. I think it's a discussion that we need to have in a lot more detail than we've had in the past. Okay. So at a technical level, we've already started that discussion.
Right, thank you.
Do you want to?
Would you like a brief update?
Yeah, update.
Sure. So I guess the other part to the wider discussion that you've just had is around the Metro prospectus, and how that fits into that wider city deal, funding deal discussion. It's essentially the sales piece that sits in front of the really detailed work that Greg and his team are doing, that Future-Proof are doing, that the study tour will be doing. That's the mechanics of how a deal will be done. That's the fundamental principles that we need to be given effect to in any deal. What the Metro prospectus is essentially our way of selling ourselves as the area that any incoming government will want to do a deal with. It's our value proposition. It's what we offer over and above other places in the country without people having to read hundreds of pages of reports, lots of the detailed plans that we have in place. We're distilling it up into a few pages of, guys, we've actually got the best return on investment. We've got the best value proposition in terms of what we offer: businesses, jobs, connections, resilience, young population, businesses moving here, opportunity to grow and intensify and deliver environmental outcomes at the same time. So it's the sell for us. It's to make sure we're actually saying the same thing to all political parties that we're meeting with leading up to the general election. We've been quite clear that our story and our future for the city that we've agreed on is good regardless of who's in power, and we need to make sure that that story is what's communicated when we have these meetings. So we're pretty close to the finish line. As you can imagine, sometimes the shorter the document, the harder it is to get it finalised with that key messaging coming through. You can be reassured that everything that's in there that we're saying is a priority has been agreed previously by council and through Future Proof. It's about putting that in plain English and saying, we've done our planning, guys, we're ready for delivery, we've got the track record, and here's the key stuff we want to invest in partnership with you. So we'll be circulating that over the next few days, given it's Thursday, potentially Monday. But yeah, it's the kind of the plain English version of the puzzle of the detailed stuff that Greg and co have been working on. So happy to take any questions.
And just before we take questions, timing-wise, Hannah, the timing of this is very short because we have a window to then circulate this information to the relevant key political parties as they finalise their own thinking and views as they head into the election. So again, it's not targeted at any particular party, but we have a very short window which is closing fast. And as you can imagine, my earlier comments, announcements have been made thick and fast, and we want to make sure that the Hamilton metropolitan area, future-proof sub-region, is not is at the forefront of their thinking.
Councillor Anna.
Question about it. In terms of I understand it's infrastructure focused primarily, but I guess what I'm curious to know is, does it paint a visionary picture of what our city may look like in so many years' time, and does it include ambition around making sure people are well housed and that we address climate adaptation issues as well?
Most definitely. I guess the starting point that politicians often come to us with is, what's your list? What's your list for investment? And we have been quite clear that if we're putting things up as our priorities, they actually sit within a wider story of what we want for our city. We want to grow well, and we want quality communities that are serviced well. So that's essentially one of the key purposes of the document, to anchor those investments within what it is we're looking to do. So.
Right, and so it would also reflect our commitments to our iwi partners.
100%,
well.
and Te Ture Whaimana is front and centre as well.
Thank you.
Cool, thank you. Right, I think, have we exhausted the list? We've exhausted you guys.
Oh,
we do, it's Karen.
I thought you meant the list in terms of questions.
Oh, right.
Not poor Karen.
Thank you for the inspiring introduction.
No, you're welcome.
I think it was more reference to Hannah's questions. So.
No, everyone's. I think the room is very warm still, so I'm
saving the best of last.
Yeah, definitely. All right, welcome.
I'm very conscious that everybody is getting close to being hangry, so I will do a very brief intro.
We'll just pause a moment for order in the court. Yeah. Thank you.
So this is regarding the growth programs update, which is points 86 to 146 on page 34. And I wanted to do just a very quick intro in two parts. There has been some changes to my team, and also I think I'll do a couple of highlights from the growth areas. So in regards to my team, we have had some changes where Tilly Murcott has moved into the community group, looking after the recreation program there. And I just wanted to acknowledge the really great work that Tilly's done in the Central City. She's been absolutely outstanding and set a really good platform in that space. The good news is that she is working across those spaces in the Central City, and it's just one more voice to champion the Central City. So as a result of that, looked at the team, and we've now got 2 program managers. So the first program is the Central City Transformation Program, and the purpose of that is to lead the delivery of the Central City Transformation Plan and also deliver on that HUGS outcome of growing up and out from the Central City. And Lehigh Duncan, who's at the back, is picking that up. Lehigh was leading Ruakura. And then we've consolidated the other programs into a greenfield growth program. And really that's about enabling that HUGS outcome of enabling quality greenfield communities. And so Sonia Baker, who's here in the room, is looking after that program. So I'm also looking after the climate change and sustainability team on an interim basis, and having fun with that in terms of seeing how we can integrate that into in an even better way into our growth thinking, particularly how these areas can help achieve our emissions reduction targets, enable the low carbon communities, and help us adapt to climate change. So just a very quick update and highlights on the growth program areas. So Central City, another shout out. A few elected members were at a recent event where a Mohiaki building was opened. So the property council run excellent tours. Sarah Runstrom from there. And they're a really good champion for the Central City developments. They've run one recently as well in the New Zealand Blood Bank building, which just opened this week as well. So they do really, really great things for promotion and economic development. There has also been some inquiries around quite a good affordable housing development in the Central City, which ticks a number of strategic boxes, and another pre-application for an IAF housing outcome agreement development as well. So there is activity ticking away in the Central City despite the conditions. In Peacock, so with the strategic infrastructure nearing completion, the team have been working with the developers in the area to understand their plans and drive that growth, and the urban and spatial planning team to help with that, working on design guidelines for the area as well. And I'm not sure if you saw in the report, but there is actually a developer who's doing a lot down south, Tristan Jones, in the south of Peacock. And he's actually delivering homes that he's considering to be in the affordable range as well. 60% of his latest consent, which was for 650 homes. And the sports parks acquisitions are happening across the greenfield areas too. 2 more areas, Ruakura. Have to acknowledge that the first train went through the Ruakura Inland Port recently, which is a significant milestone, and also that Chedworth Properties have finished 600 residential sections and are now starting on their second stages. And lastly, Rotokauri, just to note there that with the Rotokauri Greenway corridor, council holdings are progressing well with the detailed design. And in July, the Minister for the Environment gave approval to use the COVID fast-track consent process, which would significantly speed things up there. And there's some other work underway with them. So that's my speedy summary. I will take some questions.
Thank you. And after my awful introduction, that was excellent. Thank you.
That's fine.
Councillor Anna.
Kia ora, Karen, that's awesome. Just great to hear that there's a developer in Peacocks doing some affordable housing. Is that something that, now that, that there's more of that kind of activity happening, is that something that we can have reported back to us sort of more, it's not actually written in the report anywhere, just more concretely, I suppose?
I think we have put it in there, but we're going to be making that much clearer. I think we're going to look at this report, and given we've lifted our programs up, we can definitely report on that in a clearer way.
Cool. Thank you.
From an outcomes perspective,
Okay. No questions on Zoom. Yes, Councillor Kesh.
Quick one. The Central City the bridge, the walking bridge. I know that it's coming back to us for input at some stage, but is there a timeline? I'm just thinking about LTP and some of the decisions we're making in the community space.
Okay, I will welcome Natasha, who IAF Program Manager, to the chair.
Kia ora, good morning. We don't have the timeframes at this stage. We're still within the planning stage. We will know that a little bit further at a later stage. But in terms of LTP, remembering that this is 99% funded by Kāinga Ora, it's I think there's 10.3 million in the LTP for consideration for this. So yeah, apart from that, no. But the decisions that we're looking are around location and form and those sorts of things.
Exactly. So the location, to put it into context, so if we're thinking about Central City play areas, Memorial Park, the museum entrance, a lot of those projects, it's quite reliant on where the bridge is located.
Yeah.
Because it will indirectly inform those decisions. So just trying to work out.
Yeah, the team are working to avoid impacting those projects, so they're working with those projects to understand how we can do that. But fundamentally, a bridge in that location anywhere down there is a big beast, as I've mentioned previously. So yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you.
Thank you. I did have one question around Central City. Now I'm losing. Hold on one moment. Sorry, Karen. Central City.
I like the way Natasha described it as a big beast.
It's a big beast.
It's a big beast.
And a little space.
With a big crane there.
Oh, okay. No, I'll ask that another point. It's all right. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
That does bring us to the end there. Right. So, would anyone like to move? You happy to move? Thank you, Mark. And do I have a seconder? Cool. Thank you, Councillor Anna. And so we are receiving the report, but also approving the establishment of a working group. Just noting, Māngai Jadine, so is listed here. She wasn't able to participate in today's meeting because there was still some processes to work through with the Kōwenata, I think. So, but she will be joining us, I guess, very formally, imminently, and will be part of our next strategic growth meeting. All right. We'll move on to debate. Sorry. Mark.
I don't have a lot to add. Just would say that I'm excited about being part of the working group. That seems like a really good initiative, and the more thinking and planning we can do around bringing good quality housing to market, or how we can enable it, is obviously going to be a very good thing for the city. So yeah, just pretty stoked to be part of it. And I will touch on the part that Greg and Hannah talked about as well. Am I allowed to, can I reflect on that? Oh yeah, so that value proposition stuff, I love that sort of thing. That's the sizzle that sells the sausage, as they say. So I get really excited about those sorts of things because it speaks to the language that I understand, and can't wait to see that prospectus. Yeah.
Right. Councillor Anna, I'll go to you first as seconder if you do want to say anything.
I am just similar to Mark, looking forward to the working group taking shape, and really appreciate too the inclusion of the social housing aspects as well into the discussion, because it's also the opportunity to work across council, across different departments, which I think is always kind of exciting, and the conversations that can happen in this space. And yeah, I know that we're constantly told we're constrained in terms of our resourcing, and I completely understand that. But yeah, doing more in this housing space to enable people to live here well is a very important strategic goal, I believe. And also, just to ensure that we do everything we can in that space particularly because we've been talking about it for quite some time. So it's awesome to put some action into play. Thank you.
Right, I'll go to Councillor Jeff, then to those online, Councillor Maxine and Andrew. Cool, thanks.
Chair Sarah, yeah, I'll be supporting the recommendation, but it's a very wide-ranging report, thank you, which I acknowledge and most of which I support. I'm concerned still about NZTA's handling of Southern Links and look forward to the next report with interest there. And I just want to speak briefly about earlier in the report, the Metrospatial Plan, particularly in regards to transport. Again, thanks for the update there. Blair touched on communication with residents on things like the Metrospatial Plan, and I think that goes to the core of what I want to say. Communication is good, but it's not a silver bullet if the community can't actually stomach the actual implementation of these plans. And I'm not trying to get anyone's back up here, but I am being honest. I personally never signed up for a radical transformation of our transport system or the compact city with a whole lot of high density housing squashed in. Neither of these principles do I support for Hamilton. And I'm far from alone in that, in terms of what the community is telling me. And the warning really is that you can develop these high level plans, but the implementation is a whole other thing. And that's your test. Have they been developed in a kind of echo chamber, or are they grounded in what the broader community wants? And when it comes to the implementation of these projects, I just want to signal that if I believe ideological objectives have overtaken common sense, then I'll be supporting the community in every opportunity with these things. Thank you.
All right, we'll move to Councillor Maxine.
Thank you. Issues with the mute button. Look, thanks very much. Firstly, acknowledge the Chair's efficient running of the meeting, and certainly this item, which over 75 pages, has only taken us about an hour to get through. So well done. It's some of the most important work of our city. And, you know, this report holds a huge amount of work that represents a huge impact that it will have on our city and on the residents within it. So, you know, to be able to get through, you know, the work that's happening in that time is great. Good questions and the opportunity for us to drill into some of the planning that's happening. It all looks like it's stacking up in a really good way to be able to come to us at our long-term plan time for us to consider all of the options with a great deal of the detail that we'll need to make decisions in there. I think about the IFF funding and how the impact that might have on our ability to be able to deliver, give certainty and an opportunity for residents to realise some of their aspirations ahead of what we might have or otherwise been able to deliver. And that's useful, but we do need to have an understanding of the full impact of that, the full cost of that, and how that will affect affordability and our chance to be able to deliver on it. So those are further discussions that we'll be entering into before the end of this year, and I challenge you all to have a really clear understanding of where we're at and what we're doing and how to be able to deliver it. So thank you, Chair Sarah, and the rest of the meeting. Kia ora.
Thank you, Councillor Maxine, and you must have a timer with you. You did extremely well, hitting the 2-minute mark. Councillor Andrew.
Thank you, Chair Sarah. I just want to draw everyone's attention to an important part of affordable housing. I note that consenting processes in Mark Davies' report on paragraph 62 is not currently being investigated. If we look at attachment to the Essentia report, page 63, bottom paragraph, A number of developers raised the issues of the time, inconsistency, siloed approach to issues, and complexity of dealing with council through the project consenting process, with consequential delay and cost flow-ons to project outcomes, adding significant costs and delay that need to be absorbed within a project feasibility and funding parameters for little or no benefit. On the next page, the level of detailed information required in the early stages of the consenting processes are not justified nor required. The impact being that any changes required to the design by council take a significant period of time and cost, then respond to, given the extent of detailed design that needs to be amended. Developers expressed the view that many consenting officers lack experience, are not pragmatic in their approach, and not prepared to make decisions or give clear direction on requirements. The consequence being that the only way to resolve matters is to escalate them to a more senior level, where they are often resolved quickly, but only having incurred costs and time delays along the way. Okay. To put a number on that, it has cost me $50,000 a year every year for the last 10 years, but the sheer frustration is worse.
5 seconds.
I wish the Affordable Housing Working Group well, and just don't get your hopes up.
Thank you. Right, well timed. We'll move to Councillor Ewan.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Sarah. It seems a long time ago we were talking about the Airport Northern Precinct extension, but that's what I intend to focus on. I'm very disappointed the council chose not to appeal the decision of the commissioners, and I think council is being naive in assuming it's going to protect its position through a letter of expectation or the annual letter between the airport and this council. The reality is the airport now thinks its key role is a property developer rather than an aviation destination, and it's going to build a significant city right next to us. And it doesn't want us to limit it in any shape or form, and I think Hamilton, as a broader city, will be poorer for that. So I encourage staff to look very carefully at the opportunity that has come about by birds and wildlife, or whoever it is who have appealed the decision, that maybe it's time that we rejoin, just to ensure that we are clear about how we would like to be treated. And I add that in the context of this assumption that we're a 50% shareholder. We have absolute no influence over the airport. It's because the constitution and the shareholder agreement is pathetically weak and leaves us vulnerable. And so here we are in a vulnerable position with an entity who's going to build a significant city right next to us. And the irony is we, in theory, own half of it, and they pay no dividends. So I'm particularly frustrated. I trust them as far as I can throw them. I hope the letter of intent does protect us somewhat, but I'm not confident.
Thank you. Right. I'll be very brief in just saying it's been a very eclectic debate, actually, with everyone focusing on a whole range of topics. It's felt a bit disjointed, but it's fantastic to see, you know, the interest coming through. Just want to say thank you to Councillor Anna for taking a lead with the Housing Working Group, and also for the others who are on it. Thank you, Councillor Mark, and I think the others aren't here, Moko and Mangai Jadine. There is, I think, value in having that group to work through those tangible actions and really prioritise them, so we do see we can get some good runs on the board this term, but also recognise that this is a long-term challenge. So we're not going to fix anything overnight, but it would, and so there are some actions which will be a slow burn as well, but yeah, absolutely excited to be part of that group as well. thank you also for all of the staff who are still here who have presented and who have been working on all these reports and the work behind them, because there is a huge amount in here, and we really appreciate that. So I will stop there, and I can't even, it was, I need to write down who moved and seconded these. Thank you. So we'll move to a show of hands. All of those in favour of receiving the report and establishing the working group.
The
Thank
motion
you.
is carried unanimously.
And
The mover get a right of reply?
did you want to reply? I'm so sorry. We've already. Yeah.
We've already voted.
Yeah,
and
we
I've
did
called
just
it.
vote, so I may have.
And I've called it, sorry.
I do apologise for denying you your right of reply, Mark, and I will ensure that that does not happen again. Oh, maybe that was a blessing for all of us. Yeah, okay, so I think what we'll do, we've still got a couple of public items and then quite a substantial item in the public excluded. I think we should take a break and have our lunch break and reinvigorate and get some fresh air and things, and then come back in, 45 minutes? Okay. Thank you. I'll see you guys just, 5. God, can we count? Maybe should we make it 1:10? Okay, all right. Yeah. Thank you. I stole your we're going to move on to general updates. We got Hannah.
District plan.
Oh, sorry, district plan. There we go. District plan, Mark. Yeah, sorry, I'm sending you up.
Getting a good workout.
Getting you some exercise. Okay. Do you want to give any introduction or just take it all as read?
Oh, I might as well sort of humour you and give a small introduction, but I won't. I'll try not to bore you too much. So maybe if I just step through a couple of the key kind of points. We received our extension from the Minister for the Environment in terms of extending the decision-making time frame on Plan Change 12. So that's moved to 20th of December next year. So that's good, as we've talked about before, because it enables us to notify Plan Change 14 flood hazards. We're aiming to notify that, subject to your approval, February next year. And what that means is we'll be able to take account of some of that new flood hazard information in Plan Change 12 in terms of where and how we're intensifying the city. So that's really positive. Just jumping around a little bit, sort of no particular order. Plan Change 13, private plan change to rezone part of the major facility zone at the racecourse to residential is going ahead next week. So Wednesday, Thursday, Friday next week.
Oh, sorry, you're concerned around conflict.
Just a procedural piece where I'm a commissioner in Plan Change 13.
Yes.
Do I declare
so you can maybe not partake if you want. Amy, there's no actual decision being made here, just an update, but what would be your advice?
Given when it comes to the vote, I'm just going through, I don't believe we're voting on any of those ones other than the signed report, but you'd be stepping back from the table, kind of similar to what Ewan does when it comes to Plan Change 9.
So you'll both just step back from the table when we receive it? Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
Nothing further to say on PC 13.
Okay.
There's a new item here, and it's in the resolutions as well in terms of the Rotorua Town Centre. So we've been dealing with the major developer there. We've run into a wee bit of an issue in terms of the implications of the National Policy Statement on fresh water, because there's a farm drain running through kind of the middle of that site. So that means that we have difficulty delivering the kind of structure plan that was intended for that town centre. And what that means in practice is because of that sort of discontinuity between the envisaged plan in the district plan and the development aspirations and this new information or kind of environmental kind of aspect means that the consenting pathway would become really challenging to deliver on that existing plan. So we're just currently looking at the ability to work with that developer to slightly adjust that plan so that, which would mean development can proceed smoothly. And look, we can come back and kind of talk about that further if you like.
It's just worth noting that on that national policy statement, we took a very active role in submitting to Minister Parker recently on the workability of the matters that Mark raised in the context of High Growth City. It's fair to say we didn't achieve the modifications that we were hoping we would have achieved through the submission process, but it has had a number of unintended consequences, such as what Mark has outlined.
So, look, very happy to come back to that and talk more about that in questions. Plan Change 9, look, that's proceeding to hearings, next tranche of hearings in November. Continuing to work through topics such as heritage under that. There's expert conferencing occurring 24th of August just to try and get alignment between some of the experts regarding how you effectively define and then analyse some of the heritage. So that's obviously a contentious matter. And what that means is we'll likely end up having a third hearing on Plan Change 9 probably next year in terms of some of that heritage content. In my view, it's best to actually land the method and get alignment between the experts before delving into some of the finer details on it. But that's just to let you know, given there's been a bit of media around that recently. Inclusionary zoning plan change, I touched on this earlier today. That is progressing. We have brought on board some additional resource to support us in that, and we're collaborating with Waikato and Waipa on that. The Waikato Housing Initiative provided effectively some draft planning provisions for that, which at first glance look quite workable. So we'll use that as a starting point. You'll recall we've talked previously at this committee in terms of just the importance of having policy alignment across the sub-region on this, so you avoid or trying to avoid some of the unintended consequences. As part of that work, we're going to look at the sort of delivery vehicles for it. So, what role could the Waikato Lands Trust have in that? How are we then working with the other stakeholders and players within the ecosystem? So look, those are probably the kind of top line updates in terms of the work program. There's a lot more in there, but look, I'll leave it over to questions.
So Jeff.
Thanks, Chair Sarah. Mark, thanks for that. Given that Plan Change 12 was essentially this council's reaction to the government's, the National Labour's Southern MDRS, and given that, and if say October we had a Act National Government, if by chance, and they decided to revoke the MDRS, would it be technically possible, if there was the numbers around the table, for us to back out of Plan Change 12 and come up with a new model?
Yeah, look, I understand where the question's going. There's a few sort of hypotheticals in that, but look, so the first step, well, currently as the law stands, this council does not have the ability to withdraw Plan Change 12. So that was hard-coded into legislation in the first place. So as legislation stands, we've got to pursue PC12, and that, hence the extension to decision-making timeframes, and we're not allowed to withdraw it. You're not allowed to withdraw it. If the law was to change, then we would need to assess what that change says in terms of its implications for proceeding with Plan Change 12. So, look, that could land us in a range of different scenarios. One would be either withdrawing the plan change, could be. Another one could be modifying the plan change and re-notifying it. A third option could be pursuing with it as it is. But that's all very much at the whim of what a change in legislation may or may not be.
Great.
Yep.
Great. No, thank you very much. And just a very quick supplementary question. Given that we put a lot of work into a plan based on the NPS urban development prior to that coming out, that could possibly be a possibility, I suppose, that we could look at. Pulling that one out of the bottom drawer and having another look at that.
Oh, absolutely. We would come to this committee with a full range of options and analyse the pros and cons of each of those options, and absolutely take your point that what we notified through Plan Change 12 was essentially our second go at it, because the national policy landscape changed over that time, and we have invested significantly in this to date to meet those obligations.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of uncertainty at the moment. Thank you. Are there any other questions? I'm looking online around anything in this report. No? All right.
I think just further to Councillor Jeff's comment, I did note that there was some commentary yesterday from one of the major opposition parties that they would repeal the RMA legislation within 90 days as well. So I think, Councillor, if indeed there is a new government that has different direction, we'll be coming back to this council potentially with a range of matters that we may have to talk about. So, but at the moment we have to work within the law, and I think that's probably the key.
Just wanted to make sure we're technically possible.
Yeah.
Yes.
No, thank you.
I think the quote we were looking for, it will be gone by Christmas. That was exactly the quote.
Yeah. All right, we have some more. Yes, no, absolutely. No need to apologise.
Just a question. There was a report released this week by the Helen Clark Foundation around spongy cities, and the reflection on Hamilton wasn't overly positive in terms of our green space and sponginess. Just interested in your perspective, I guess, from where I sit. A lot of these plan changes seem to improve that situation. Would that be something you would say as well, or?
Thanks, Councillor. I haven't seen that report, so I can't comment directly on that. But yeah, there's a whole suite of initiatives through all these plan changes where we're trying to incrementally improve, this area or that area. For example, Plan Change 12 introduced permeability requirements, whereas the government direction didn't include any permeability requirements. Plan Change 14, obviously we're looking at measures through that which will bring to you to effectively reduce development risk, which is what we spoke about earlier in the week in those high hazard flood risk areas. We've also been looking at how we encourage or retain sort of tree canopy cover. So all these things help. There's no one thing kind of on its own. It's a package.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Anna, did you want to circulate that? Actually, it could be of interest.
Yep.
Thank you. Anyone else at this stage? Gone. I'll double check if I had questions on this as well, Mark, before we... No. Thank you. All right. Do I have a mover and seconder? Mover, thank you, Mayor Paula. Thank you, Councillor Jeff. All right. We'll move to debate. Is there anyone who does want to... No one burning to speak on it? Okay. All right. We'll put it to a vote then. All those in favour? And are you guys voting, or you're... Okay. And all those against?
Carried unanimously.
Okay. Excellent. Thank you. Okay. General updates.
Yes, through the Chair, I'm happy to take this report as read, noting it sort of covers two topic areas. One is our ongoing collaborative relationships, and the second is just a quarterly development contributions remissions update, and the information is attached to the report.
Okay. Any questions on this? This one seems fairly straightforward. Okay. I'll move. Councillor Louise seconds. All those in favour? Oh, sorry. Is there? I didn't check. I just almost denied you the right to debate. Okay. Is there anyone else before we? Okay. All right. Let's show of hands for those in favour. Thank you. And no one there against. Councillor Anna, you were in favour? Yeah. Okay.
Motion is carried unanimously.
What did I vote for? Okay. So we'll resolve now to exclude the public, so the whole crowd can now leave, please. We do have... Okay. Okay, excellent. What's that? Yeah. So I'll move. Do I have a second from Councillor Emma? Yeah. Okay. All right. So, and all those in favour moving into public excluded? Thank you. Yep. All right, we'll just take a moment to make sure we are off.